Hey, what's up everybody? Hey Psyter, hey Klaus K, hey Gilney. How's everyone doing? So I got a new stand for my stuff and it's so cool because now everything is so much more accessible. I found like previously I was doing a lot of leaning around to get to certain things. It wasn't very ergonomic. So I've kind of just set this up. For those who are wondering, it's the Onstage KS7903. And then you get these like extra arm attachment things. Hey Nihilist37. To add more sense to it. So yeah, it's so cool because kind of everything is so much more ergonomic now. I might still change things. Hey Omri Cohen, how are you? Might still swap some things around. So I've got my pen and pad here to make some notes about some things. But I'm kind of liking where this is set up at the moment. Another thing, I actually had a funny little intro that I was going to start this video off with. Like, this is episode 400 and something of I discovered a new mode in either Ornament and Crime or Disting, and I'm going to leave it in that mode until next time I discover a new mode. So anyway, Disting has like a clocked loop player, which is pretty cool because I found, often there's those kind of percussion loops that you use the same riffs of percussion, hats, snares, that you use throughout multiple tracks. And to be able to have to set those up with multiple modules was always a bit of a pain in the butt. So I've just loaded up a bunch of loops there and then clocked it so I can kind of just turn it up and I've got loops, Do you guys want me to explain a little bit about what's going on there, or do you want me to carry on jamming musical stuff? What would you prefer? Do you want me to run through how everything is kind of set up and the Bitwig project? So that's actually got quite a bit of noise because of the phaser. Can you hear that? Okay, heck, maybe I should just do like an explanation, and then like what I can do is I can always like chop that out for a video for anybody who's interested in that. So I've got Bitwig basically running, and it's a weird thing. Like every time I've tried to get MIDI out of the computer, it doesn't clock nicely. So I figured, hey, you know what? Maybe let me try clocking from MIDI outside of the computer, clocking the computer input. Does that make sense? So essentially, I want to try like Bitwig as the slave and the key step is the host. So the clock is actually being generated outside of the computer here by the key step. And it's a funny thing. Like, I don't know, MIDI and clocks is just always a bit of a gamble. So like if I send the MIDI from here into the mutant brains and into the rack, that clock is not stable. But if I send the MIDI from here into the computer and clock that, it's stable. It's a weird thing. But then if I send the analog clock out of this into here, it's stable. So it's always like a bit of a gamble with MIDI. Some devices handle clock better than others, and it's always a big deal. So to come up with this like system of how everything is like linked and everything was a bit of a pain in the butt. But the one thing I can say is, thankfully, the key step has 2 MIDI outputs. And because of that, it just makes being able to send MIDI from here into the 303 and the rack and clock everything a lot easier. But then I've also got the analog clock coming out of here into the rack to clock the Pamela's workout. Because for some reason with MIDI that never clocked properly, and it was just a big fucking nightmare. So the reason why I wanted to have the DAW clocked is because of stuff like effects, for like the delay effects and stuff for these guys, but also because I've got Infiltrator on the master output. So I'm sure you guys heard there was those like glitch effects and stuff like that. That won't be possible unless you actually clock the system so that it knows when like each of the beats is. Does that make sense? And the cool thing about that is that I can, I change the tempo on the fly, like they're in the system. So with the key step, I can basically change the tempo, and everything kind of syncs up. So I don't have to come back here and like fiddle with things to set the delay times and all sorts of stuff, and the Infiltrator tempo and stuff like that. It's all synced. So that's a huge plus. I saw a couple of questions about what's happening. I saw people asking, is that a push? No, it's the Launchpad Pro MK2. So I know there's like the Launchpad Pro MK3 now, which has like the sequencer and stuff built in. That would be pretty cool. It would make things a little bit better because obviously the sequencer, but this does exactly what I needed to do, and that's literally just like control the levels in Bitwig, mute certain channels, do the send effects and stuff like that. But then also at the top, like the page that it's on right now, the visuals on that is pretty bad because of the lighting and stuff. But anyway, the page that it's on now is actually like a MIDI clip, basically, that's sending to Infiltrator. So how it works is I can fire off different glitch clips of Infiltrator using the Launchpad. Let me see if I can quickly show you guys how that works. So that's on like the actual master channel of the Bitwig project, so that it works in time and it happens to everything, like the beat, all the synths at once. So how, like the routing of how I've got it working is the Roland SH101 actually goes into the Eurorack and I apply effects there. You heard that thing I was doing with the Mimeophone. I apply effects in the Eurorack to the SH101. Reason being is that the synth itself is very basic, but I love it for just playing sounds. It's very quick to just get melodies out and stuff like that. So it's a great main keyboard, but it's not very playable. Do you know what I mean? Once you kind of got the sound, you either put on like modulators or stuff like that. But the filter sweep is it's just a low pass. You know what I mean? So it's not like the Micro Freak, which is like a very good tone shaping thing. You can kind of get anything out of there, like more complex wavetable stuff and all sorts of stuff like that. So using like the effects in the Eurorack, you can like shape this in the direction that you want to go, like distortion, phaser, all sorts of things like that. But then the 303 and the Micro Freak, I actually have those running into separate inputs on my audio interface. So I've got 4 inputs that I'm using on my audio interface. I actually used to have 18 because I had all these synths running like separate inputs and stuff, but I found always just setting the thing up was just such a nightmare. So I didn't actually get rid of it, but it's in my storeroom. The ADAT inputs for my interface. I was just like, you know what? I only need, like, in reality, I only need 4 inputs, a stereo and then 2 monos. The stereo is coming out of the Eurorack and the monos are coming out of there. That's like literally all I need. Yeah, it would be nice to be able to record one thing or to record an entire jam session and then you have the stems and that kind of stuff. But like in reality, how many of us are actually doing that? For me, when I'm doing this jam stuff, it's like more of a in the moment thing. I never really go back to it and figure like, okay, I want to mix it or master it or anything like that. If I am in the production phase, then what I can do is, because I've kind of set up the project like this, I've got a clip. I can kind of just launch a clip and record something in, and then it's in Bitwig, and then I can just bounce it out and use it in Cubase. So for example, like this thing that we were making here, like I actually like this. So I could just like solo it in the rack, record it into Bitwig quickly, and then I've got it as a clip, you know? So I don't feel like I'm limited by not having all those separate files. Oh, dang, what's happening here? You know what I mean? A lot of people say, oh, they want big interfaces because you're less limited because each synth can go in. But I saw another comment in the chat about like how limitations can be a good thing because it forces you to do things like differently or whatever, which is exactly how I kind of came across how nice the Roland is with the effects of the Eurorack. It's kind of like a great pairing. Do you know what I mean? Because this can quickly go from like leads into like tones for sound effects. It needs extra stuff there. I think the 303 is just perfect on its own. You know, it's the 303. You know, that's the thing. Do you know what I mean? What else should I explain? Okay, so the Bitwig project, I've actually got 3 audio channels loaded that are taking, like I said, one is the stereo from the Eurorack, and then 2 monos coming in from each of these synths. And I've basically pre-mixed everything there, but I used the volumes on the synths to kind of like perform because it's there. You know what I mean? You may as well. So like I pre-mix everything there, and I kind of know like halfway is a good starting point to get a sound out, you know. So I usually just mix up and then do it that way rather than having to mute these things. I feel like turning knobs is it's a very playable thing. It feels good to do that. But then I've also got some stuff in the Bitwig project. I think, for example, somebody actually mentioned, I think it was Wave Morpher, somebody who's like often in my chat, mentioned that with these like hardware jams and Eurorack jams, specifically with Psytrance, there's an element that's missing, and that's those kind of like sweeps, you know, the sweep up and the thing with Psytrance is that those things occur on very long loops, like 64 bars or whatever. And the limitations of my rack is that I could potentially load like a loop up and do it how I was doing it with that percussion and stuff, but then I miss out on one channel of the disting. So I figured for now at least, I'm still looking at options for maybe some kind of thing in the Eurorack that has like almost like a Bitwig interface, which you can load. Like for example, I've got stuff like loops loaded in Bitwig already. Like some certain things that I feel like are very difficult to create like on the fly in the Eurorack world. So for example, it's those like sweep effecty things, the long loops of them, but also grids, you know, to get those like like those like panned cutting grids. Often those things are very hard to achieve, specifically in the mono world. So most of my Eurorack is actually mono until like the mixer, then it starts to run into the effects and comes out stereo. But a lot of that stuff, as I say, is a lot harder to program kind of on the fly because, like these decisions and stuff that you make in the sound design process become like more, like you get the groove better and that kind of thing. So on the fly, I find like those kinds of things are a little bit harder to do. So I've got a bunch of like pre-made loops that had to save a spider. Good on you, bro. Gave it water, took a sip, bro. Did you make it a tiny couch? And like a tiny little bar stool with a tiny little drinking mug. Imagine. um. So yeah, where was I going? I'm kind of looking for something. Ideally, it would be just like a 4x4 set of grids that just fires off samples that you send a clock to and it automatically syncs. Because I think that way I'd be able to completely forego the computer and do the kind of completely analog jam thing. I think that would be fantastic. But let me show you some examples of the kinds of things that are like preloaded in there. And also I want to explain to you quickly how I've set up like the tuning of specifically like the grid synths. Okay, so each of them does go through like the same send effects. So for example, like I can cut in and out just to chop one. Like I do that quite often where I'll kind of like juggle between like the FM from here and just like a cut of one of the grids or like that. For example, that sound has a chord in it. And chords is another thing that's particularly difficult to do in the Eurorack, except if you have like an oscillator dedicated to chords. Platts does that, but I like quickly programming vocal stuff with it. So I feel like the chords thing is a bit of a waste for just quick stabs. But anyway, like being able to quickly just boom, chop it like that in and out is really fun. It's stuff like that, like loaded up that I can just chop and put send effects on, like delay and reverb. But then this channel, deep effect. I actually need to go pee quick. Let me make a loop for you guys, and then I'll be back in a minute. I should also probably explain a couple other things, like the reason I've chosen these particular synths. Each of these has a built-in sequencer. It's very playable, but it also works while the clock is going. A lot of other synths, I feel like, for example, like when you try program them, they don't work while the clock is going, which is a bit annoying. You have to stop what you're doing, program stuff in, and then try again and stuff. So on the fly jams, I feel like these things are just so like intuitive. These three. The Roland you can't actually save stuff on, but the 303 and the Microfreak you can save presets. Microfreak you can save presets with the sequence baked in, which is really awesome. The 303 you can only save the sequence. That being said, there's only kind of like 3 knobs on here which you actually tweak anyway, so recalling a preset is particularly easy. So another thing I wanted to explain is that with these, another thing that makes them particularly cool for live jams is they each can be transposed on the fly. So for example, the 303, let me just play that quickly for you guys. If you press the edit button, you can change what pattern out of the pre-made pattern that you've created. And then if you press edit again, you can transpose what the sequence is doing. So this is cool for like on the fly changing keys to create like sequences, but also to sync up to the fundamental key of your track. Do you know what I mean? Oh my god, I can literally play on a 303 all fucking day, dude. All day. USB MIDI to CV and MIDI to CV. Latency, I feel like, is the same, but it's the big thing is like the clock jitter. Everything has like a different clock jitter, and I think it's got to do with like how, like the frequency of the microchips, you know. So I always get carried away and then I forget where I'm going. That's why I have my notes, because I wanted to like write a note before I dived in. So where was I? I was talking about like the transposing. So when I save a pattern, generally I'll save the pattern in C minor or C phrygian. That way I can just transpose it to the key of the track and everything just kind of aligns. You know what I mean? So here, for example, let me show you, like I can just save this, set this to C, let's just initialize this or set it to C or whatever. And now I can flip between presets here and it'll always align, or I can just transpose them. So let me actually just go down a bit. Change the tempo down a bit just to it's a bit more clear as to what. But also so I can show you another cool thing about why I've clocked everything to the DAW. And something I'm going to miss if I do go all analog or all hardware is something like Infiltrator. You know, something like Infiltrator would be, imagine somebody makes a module like an Infiltrator module. Just that retrigger with the, like being able to draw in the retrigger patterns. Just that, I need that. So it's brilliant for being able to sketch out ideas and then seeing what key it works best in. So for example, like I made that lead here on this thing. And now we could transpose it to fit with these other things. And then I've got the tempo of this is actually clocked by the Pamela's workout as well. So this basically is all being controlled by the Eurorack in terms of effects and the clock sequence. But I do all the like playing in the sequences on the actual thing. Yeah, so you say imagine Rift on all this. So in essence, what is Rift? It's a filter, a distortion, and a delay. And like using, for example, like mimeophone, a distortion, and a filter, we can actually recreate something like Rift. But even interesting, like this phaser can work like a delay if you modulate it and stuff in the right ways. So let's maybe try run like the phaser. So it's going to go SH1 into the Dreadbox Euphoria phaser. And then from there, I want to run it into a distortion. So let's use the built-in distortion on the hot glue. And we can actually run this into this filter, which has a distortion built in. So we've got like, can actually do like 2 stages of distortion. We can get this sounding good. We may have to go like, yeah, because it's a bit noisy, you see. But we'll find a way, blending it and stuff. I actually got carried away again. So I think like at about like 155 to 160 is when the clocks just start to give in and things just stop working. I think that's just too fast for them. But potentially, like what we could do is start slowing down each of the parts, or potentially look at slowing down the rate of the clock and then just doubling. So for example, like instead of doing like 150, do it at like 75, but then just program things 1/32 time. We could try to see like 75 BP, get everything to time division of 1/32. That should technically be better. Anyway, I could get carried away for days. Like I said, I was actually just saying like, oh, I get carried away. Anyway, like I showed you the loops and stuff that I have on like in the Bitwig project. Gone through the Bitwig project itself. What else did I want to talk about? Okay, maybe I can go through what is actually in the rack and how I've linked it up. So I've got the MIDI coming into the rack via hex inverter mutant brains. So that basically takes all the note information, all the gates on and off, and all that kind of stuff. And then let me actually just check on something real quick. I'll be back in a sec. Let me just write this down. Thought process. Gotta check on something real quick. I'll be back in 1 sec. Okay, so I've got all the MIDI and stuff coming. Okay, not all the MIDI, just the note information, the gates, and that kind of thing coming from the main sequences on KeyStep into Mutant Brains, and then that's converting that into CV and gate. So channel 2, I have controlling the bass, and that's basically multi-samples that I've loaded into AE disting. I'll get into that a little bit later on. Channel 3 runs into the Mind Phaser, which is like my main FM oscillator. And then channel 4 goes into Platts, which is like my everything else oscillator. I use it mainly for like the vocal formanty things, but it can basically do everything else, so it's great for that. And then on the gate side of things, the channel 1 doesn't get used because I switched it over to drum mode, so it uses like different channels instead, like channel 10 and different notes. So I've like programmed the Mutant Brains to take note information and convert it into gates here. And then that triggers like the different, for example, like this drum thing, which can be either a snare or a hi-hat or a tabla or a bongo or whatever I need it to be in context. And okay, so there's basically just like 2 drum things happening. I could program more gates in if I needed like things to happen on the beat. So I could, for example, do like grid synths where I could use the Mind Phaser is cool because you can kind of use 2 oscillators separately. So I could split this up into like 2 voices and then have like them trigger differently, and then just tune them and then trigger them via the drum gates and that kind of thing. So I have like extra gates open there in case I do want to do more rhythmic kind of stuff. And then the clock, I've actually got an analog clock running out of KeyStep and into Pamela's workout. And then the bottom row of Pamela's, I've got sending clocks to everything in the rack. And the top row is usually randoms. I've got basically 3 randoms, which sample and hold random, and 1 LFO, which I 8 bars. So it's like a sine LFO that goes like 8 bars, and that's particularly handy for like long sweepy sounds. Like if I don't want to sit tweaking a synth like up and down like that, it can just set that to do its thing, and it can quickly change the time and stuff. So it's very handy for that kind of thing. So Pamela's workout basically does all the clocks and modulations in the rack, and then I've got the 2 ornaments in crime, which can be anything that I want them to be. At the moment, it's like 2 sequences, and which I use to sequence all sorts of other things, not really notes and stuff. And then this is in just the traditional ornament and crime mode, the firmware. And then this is in the hemispheres mode, which is like the 2-in-1. And I just set it to whatever I need it to be at the time. So for example, if I want to change the sound of the kick drum, I could, I've actually got it patched in so that this ornament and crime always defaults to voltage mode. So I could potentially change the sound of the kick drum just by changing the amount of voltage that's being sent there. Let me give you a quick example. Techno vibes. You guys must tell me when I start getting carried away like that. Anyway, where was I? Okay, so I think I was explaining the kicks and stuff. Okay, so I've got, like, this does the main voices. I can split it if I want to. Plats does, like, everything else. Got the Mind Phaser running through a ripples filter. And then I keep the Red Dragon open, like, for any type of patching. For example, if I want to patch up something like, you know, when you guys said, like, oh, what about Rift? And I patched up, like, the SH101 through the Red Dragon because it's got the distortion and that kind of thing. It's really cool as, like, a sound design tool as opposed to kind of, like, a patched thing. So I've got a kind of mindset going when it comes to what I pre-patch and what I don't. And it's taken me a little while to kind of like get to this kind of like conclusion as to how I want to do it. But most importantly is that it's mostly color coded. So the blue and yellow stuff is like gonna stay in the rack always. That's like my pre-patched stuff, and those are mostly pre-patched into any kind of like multi-function device. So stuff like distings, dervish, ornaments in crime, Pamela's workout, mutant brains, all the stuff that's like the brains of the operation, but then also a lot of the mixing stuff. So for example, like out of the mixer into the outputs and that kind of stuff is like pre-patched, so that I can basically just sit down, press play, and a kick and a bass starts coming, and then I can kind of just like add things on top. So the modules that are more sound designy, I kind of try to keep open to experiment with. So stuff like, so any of the other cables, like the ones that aren't these tendrils 90 degrees cables, then those obviously I'll pull out the patch like when I'm done, and then I can come back at a later stage and then do that again. So I've got the disting EX. Like I said, that's split into, it's basically two distings, but it has extra mode as well, which I actually want to get into in a future video. A thing like an auto sampler mode, which is really cool. For you make a sound, you can auto sample it, and then create a multi-sample instrument out of it automatically. It's so fucking cool. But I don't really use it much for that in this context. Like I said, I've basically used it as two distings, like one doing any extra percussion that I need, and the other doing loops and stuff that I want to add to it. This is a U-Dervish, so this is basically multi-effects, a stereo multi-effects thing. So I've got a bit of a tricky thing happening with the routing and like the mixing of the whole thing. So it's probably easiest to start from the output and work backwards to explain how the audio routing happens on the mixing side of things. So this is the ST Modular UIT, or 8. Basically, that's the Afrikaans, or I think the Dutch word for out. And it's a stereo output. And then next to it, I've got this thing called a nearness, which is a pretty interesting like stereo field mixer, where this is like the two outer jacks are basically the outputs, and then these two second most outer jacks are inputs for left and right hard panned, and then the next innermost are like 50% panned or 60%, and then 30%, and then it's got a mono input as well. So this is such a good module actually for smaller systems, because you can stack things up in interesting ways. So for example, like I'm pretty limited in terms of the amount of mixer channels, specifically for stereo. So what I could do is run, or what I've done actually is this thing that's playing the loops goes out in stereo into this U-Dervish stereo, and then out from there into the hard panned things. So I've got loops here that do like stereo things, and then with the kind of added delay, it does those like a lot of those like drippy sound effects and stuff I was doing with this combination. And it sounded so good because it was kind of hard panned left, hard panned right and stuff. And then the next input here is from the Mimeophone. And that input is coming from the send of the mixer. So at any point, I can basically take a sound here in the mixer and just send it to the Mimeophone, which is basically like doing dub delays and reverbs and that kind of stuff. And then this last one is basically a mono coming from the mixer. And then obviously the mixer is pretty self-explanatory. Takes audio signals, mixes them. It's got sends. It's got other things built in like distortions and stuff. But anyway, you can send that out to the. Well, I send that out to the actual mono input on the nearness. That way, anything here is always completely mono. So like there can be no stereo bass stuff, no phasing in the low end or anything like that. Except if that phasing happens from the stereo, i.e. the effects and that kind of thing. But because of this setting, like this system, how I've routed it like this, with the mono input and the panned left and right thing, you can separate them in the DAW by using mid-side, a mid-side encoder thing. So that's a pretty interesting thing, that like if you actually get a third channel out if you set it up this way. So I've got like a stereo, 2 channels stereo, but I can basically get just the mono channel in the DAW that way. So I can, for example, process things externally and it won't affect the low end signal. Like I could put, for example, like an EQ on the sides to cut the side channels, and then still get a nice solid low end. Sometimes there is like a bit of stuff that happens, like for example when you tweak a resonance too high and that kind of thing, but it's generally pretty good that way. So I've worked my way around the top. I've spoken. Okay, so then I've got mutable instruments veils. So this is basically a 4-channel mixer / VCA. The thing that makes this particularly good is you can tap a mix output from any of the outs. So for example, it's got a VCA input and then an output. And if you don't plug that output in, it mixes that down to the next output. Does that make sense? So I can, for example, I've got the kick and the bass in these channels. And what I could potentially do, excuse me, is I can just plug this in here and take the kick anywhere else in the rack. So for example, if I wanted to like filter the kick, we could do that by just running this, and then it doesn't mix it in with the bass anymore. So it's a really kind of modular little mixer VCA system. Really, really good. Good thing that mutable instruments veils. And then I've got the ALM pip slope. That's just a voltage controlled decay generator, basically. What I like to do with this, I usually have it set up in, for example, like when I'm doing FM leads, I'll have the mind phaser running into the ripples, and then the ripples running into the veils, and then I'll have velocity on the sequence from this thing that sends different CV amounts to the amount of decay. And what that does is that allows me to get kind of lead sounds that sound like they're cutting in and out with that FM, because I'm modulating the amount of decay, and you can kind of sequence it like that. I also sometimes just randomize that using one of the sample and hold things in Pamela's. But let me show you a quick example of that, actually. So right now everything is like equal velocity, so it's going to be like full decay, but now we can go in and choose which ones it's going to turn the decay down. Okay, what else? Yeah, okay, I think we've made it all the way back around to the Dreadbox Euphoria. So I think I've explained everything in the rack. Distings, my gosh, these have proven to be some of the best investments that I've made in Eurorack. I know a lot of people don't like it because they're very menu divey, but like there's certain sounds that are just particularly hard to like get like nice in the analog realm, and that's kick drums, snares, percussions, like cymbals and that kind of stuff. I find like, yeah, for techno and that kind of thing, that kind of lo-fi-ness of analog kind of cymbals and stuff sounds okay. But for psytrance, you need something a little bit more high fidelity. And the nice thing about having it like this is, for example, we can shift like genres, and so I've got like other samples loaded in here, not just psytrance kicks and psytrance samples. I could do something like chill out or anything like that. So as a kind of sketch pad, it's really, really cool. The way that I've kind of routed everything like this. Also, like I said, being able to just record things directly into Bitwig like this. I've synced it up so that this is like the main clock. Let me actually show you guys an example real quick of how I can quickly record it into Bitwig. Let's see, what do I want to... What sound? I think this one is... Ooh! So I could just go like here on the controller. I just have to figure out which channel it is. I'm still learning, like I'm trying to color code it, I'm still learning like what's what. But like just press whatever the record arm channel is. I think it's this one here, this channel. So we can go into session view, record arm, okay it is, and then just press like this and then it'll start recording. Obviously, because of like latency and stuff, I do have to just jump to the door and shift things around a bit, just so that it's like on the beat, but technically it should work. Let me just go over here real quick. Actually set up a thing. Did it record? Yes, it did. Here. So this is actually playing out a Bitwig right now. I think I can actually show you guys. Do you see that? It's this clip here. Anyway, that's where I think I'm going to call it for today. It's been super cool street. Wow, 4 hours. Holy shit. Today, seriously. Okay, it's cool. Yes. I like the layout. Definitely good having a lot more. Like you get in there. Anyway. Thanks everyone for tuning in. It's been awesome. Hope you enjoyed that. I will see you guys next time. Cheers. What is that swell? So that was basically... Oh, sorry if that just distorted the mic. I made that sound. It is on basically the SH-101 running through a bunch of effects on the Eurorack. I think, Klaus, were you the one that said, oof, it would be cool to have Rift in the rack? And then I was like, you know what? We can, because Rift is like these modular components, Rift is a distortion, a filter, and delay. And because I've got those components, we can kind of build a thing. So I kind of built a Rift on the SH-101. So what's happening there is the SH-101 is running into a distortion, which is on like max settings. And then from there, it's running into a phaser to kind of do a feedback thing. And then from there, it's running into a filter, but that filter has a built-in distortion, so it's kind of being distorted twice. That's what made that like really brutal sound. But it's also because the resonance on the SH-101 is really high, and what that does is it basically starts to fade in a sine wave, and because you've set the filter at a specific frequency, that sine wave either creates harmonics or inharmonics. And because you're distorting that sound, it creates that wobbling effect. It's actually something I saw Artifacts, actually. I wonder if he's still in the chat. I saw him doing in a stream, making a really cool lead using a similar technique. But yeah, if you just tune that filter, because the high resonance is actually like adding an extra oscillator, because you tune it that way. It's basically two oscillators that vibrate up against each other. That's what creates that almost brassy overtone. Anyway, we'll see you guys again. Cheers.